Hello again. We are still on the 4th case and the first day of the trial of that one. In the adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Well, we're defending none other than Natsume Soseki, whom I titled this stream after. Cheers to Natsume Soseki. Well, I never expected this. Would have thought we'd be back here again so soon. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or their. We'll use that just gone with their. Like, even, you know, even if you don't care about equality, let's say, even then, just putting there would just be way more comfy in every way. Anyway, one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Good morning. Your eyes look a little bloodshot, or is that just me? Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot, so it wasn't just me. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. That's a shame. But I know the feeling. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. What about now? You're trembling though. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. It's an earthquake. I can do this. I can't do this. I can't take it. For a second there, I thought he was channeling his inner Apollo. Hello, locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Well, we heard a little bit about that, right? Because it's once again a cross-national affair. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zieks. Is that right, Mr. Sato? I guess that could be the other reason. I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes. You're spending a lot of money on newspapers? I hope they're not that expensive. Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after that prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? He did. What made him leave? Couldn't just be the reputation, could it? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus MacGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? What's so special about that case? And this one? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an intentional incident. Oh wait, she said that. What? Obviously. Wait, but it's him moving his lips. That's not my fault. Wait. Is this bugged? Wait, now it's saying so sickly. Wait. Okay, I guess because both of their names start with an S and then with an S, vowel S, maybe I got them confused like twice in a row. Obviously the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Well, at least for the last one and for this one, the fact that we are, like, I had considered that for a second, but the Reaper definitely didn't seek out those trials because of us, because, you know, he didn't even know we'd be in the first one at all, and he couldn't have known we'd be in this one until recently. In fact, we knew he'd be there before we made our choice. But, you know, it is a coincidence, or, you know, maybe Strongheart has some plans. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. That's mean. He probably doesn't do it on purpose. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruto, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. This is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Are we that unlucky? Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight for your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquirus. That's a new one. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I... Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! He's as calm as a leaf in the wind. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. And our third time in trial at all. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me, I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Yeah. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. that you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. We probably would have helped him even if he wasn't Japanese. But he was more eager to, to rely on us because we were Japanese. So that way around, you can say. Typical Nepalese arrogance. Racist? Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. He doesn't seem all that bothered by this curse that seems to be haunting him, in a way. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Sure. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? I remember you. You never know when you might be down on your luck. I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. We know her too. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigners did the deed. Huh. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended his foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. This entire curse business, both with Mr. Soseki himself and this guy having a curse, is getting me all frazzled. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst, bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. I thought he was about to send out his flame immediately. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in the great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. It's our friend Gregson. Did we give his regards rather, to Iris? Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Unfortunately for the Eastern student, fortunately rather, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this first, the street map. We have one of those. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Nice representative tokens. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Is what they say. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Yippee. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer Rolly Beat. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other sign of injury were observed. Signs of injury. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. But if you saw him run away and he was that close to his home, how did you not see him actually get home and just catch him yourself? Suspicious. What if the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Doesn't look that big from the picture. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Yay. I love evidence. Don't see any insignias or names or anything like that on there. Doesn't have much of a tip. Did it come off when the stabbing happened? Kind of looks like it has, like, you know, it's like a shark or something, you know, this is the eye slit and it's like, kind of looking like, I don't even care, man. I think we can all agree on that. Wait, there might have been more to look at. Oh. I guess not. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. And whenever there's not a motive for the fucking people that actually did it, everybody's like, if there's no motive, there's no crime. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. Well, I mean, if there's there are witnesses and stuff, then, you know. Ouch! My head! Oh my god, I'm bleeding out! Ah! The shards, they're in my eyes! Ah! Ah! Oh my god, please! Somebody help me! Oh my god! Ah! Who did this? Who did this? You will pay! Ah! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your wounds have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Let's hear it. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Reasonably good? That's not what we heard. But I guess that's that's a rather vague way of describing it, so, foggy could still be reasonably good, I guess. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. There was been a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. And who helped you with that? Old books, you say? Damn, they had time to take a photo of it rather than rushing her off to a hospital. Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Looks like there's a lot of snow on the floor. But it's like... just not where she was? Also, where's the blood, actually? Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. There should be blood here, shouldn't there? And I mean, maybe these parts here, on the side are just the sides of the pavement. And over here and, over there isn't much snow. So it just looks like there's just a fucking cove of no snow here. So this could be irrelevant. But it does look rather presented. But seriously, the blood though? That must be something. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Hey man, that's really racist. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Franzese, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sutter? She's being precise. Do go on. Mr. Nitsuma has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. It was pretty similar to what we heard from the others, except the part where he, wasn't the one who stabbed her. I was walking over, I could make her remember. Woman wearing a green overcoat. Overtake her. Suddenly let out a scream. Little scream. Saran. Huh, a green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Moving prints. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them. They can make it if they try, just the two of them. The victim, yeah, it died. No, wait, it didn't yet. The victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. He concedes that there was no one else, not that he must have been the one to do it. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Unusually light. A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. Uh-huh. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Sir, how quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Yikes. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Wouldn't you have been able to hear them at least? Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. It's gonna help us. It's gonna be good for us. No one else about? Don't think we need to press that, but let's do it anyway. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this incident, to this crime, have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. The Mr. Beat, probably. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of the winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Completely, huh? Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Victim was stabbed from behind. From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you will say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's been treated at Bart's. Bart's? I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Nuh-uh. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Huh. He's so mean. Scattering his belongings. The books. Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. What a shame. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. Great. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Could it have happened, though? Old books. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. Meerschaum. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. But what if he didn't take that route? For whatever reason. Something like this. Did you take that route, Natsume? Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruto, I think that what the Inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the Inspector just made being the location, the name, the stock, and probably the location. But let me just save. What was the name again? Just, just so we know. Bourbon Books. Unless actually, maybe let me check. Second-hand book receipt. Your books. Well. It is the name after all. The Schmuckbob's Dame. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any greater significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Well, let's... If I press this, will the game ask me if I want to change this? Let's press it anyway, I guess. Because I don't want to change it. So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right. That's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings. And to get there from there back to his dorm, to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point. Can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You have confirmed it. Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more books and more stock, I'm told. So we haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. That is rather silly. Of course he doesn't. The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then. Is something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with the testimony. You know, we know what to present to, but let's finish. You asked for the help of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? He probably just showed up, huh? The jack in office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Holmes was shown to the police scene by Scotland Yard detectives. By detectives, not by a detective. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Huh? I tell them time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Runst magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Holmes. No, Mr. Holmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Holmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the Yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Wow. Ah! What? Not fond of that, are you? It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he all bought that day. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So, one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. And I know just the one. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. I mean, that it was found in his room also is important, I think. Otherwise it could be anybody's ticket. Receipt. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Your, I presume? Y-O-R-E? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. He's a connoisseur, he knows all the bookstores. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Or does it? I disagree. I mean, after all, I have this street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from bourbon books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all, but even he said he walked past the woman. I mean, it could have been in a different place, which, you know, would change the case, but, you know, I guess that's the next step then. Would that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. It absolutely could be right. That's crazy. Wow. So confident. Inspector Gregson, where's this your books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that your books... It's just there, here on the next corner of Mersham Street, going east. So you could have very conceivably gone, you know, eastward and then south. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. What, there's a decent chance he didn't go that way. He could have very well gone south and then west, rather than west and then south. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, I'll put it down for you, damn. You know, in that circus they did just get an opening for a lion, so maybe they'll take me too. Didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming here from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed that place where the victim was stabbed. Nuh-uh. Like, sure, that might technically be shorter, but not much. You know. So it's very feasible that somebody who isn't all that well acquainted with the streets would have gone around, or maybe even through some fucking nooks and crannies between the buildings. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. How many of those does he even have? Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. I think sometimes you might punch people, slap people, even if they weren't fooling you. But hey, what did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruto, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way from your books, but I mean, I'll probably raise an objection, but might as well save. You got it. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He appears back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. So what? On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Because he's only been living there for a week? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. Well, he already said that he doesn't remember. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he went or which route he took home. I don't believe this! Come on. It's not that hard to imagine that he doesn't know his way around that well yet. Thank you, my learned friend. And suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it. Who is it? You?
I agree with Lord von Zieks. Wholeheartedly and in every way.
I don't remember which voice he had in the previous case. I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Did you ask the others?
Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings on the court to the court.
Are we going to have a summation examination already? Well, that was fast.
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruto? Come on, we've done this before. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales in the other way, or I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presumed you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready.
I'm all too familiar with that Nepalese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his ally. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
I just hate Japanese people. Me too, me too, me too.
Oh, well, that sucks then. For pity's sake, that little Nepalese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he?
If he says that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Well, that's great.
Your books, yes. Nice job, Dad. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
Oh.
I don't see any contradictions between any of these yet, so we'll have to press for more.
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruto, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
What, did you just say forge evidence?
I will not.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it.
Gregson's over there like, man, can I just go? I'm hungry. Japanese oddity already admitted himself.
Excuse me, but aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Sorry, I guess. Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been battering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter.
Sorry.
But at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. He's dead. Uh-huh. Woman in green.
There could be any woman in green.
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's the lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
True.
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Damn. Damn, the racism.
I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
It is the obvious conclusion, yes. Your argument is completely compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well. For her.
The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? That was it? What was it? Calabash Road or something?
Precisely.
But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Which we don't know.
Well, yes, that's true.
And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there?
But there's also no proof that he went the other way. Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes.
Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
I'm supposed to be convincing you here.
I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim like he did.
That he did, rather.
I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road away, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would.
A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
He was only in the area for a week. But I don't think we can just tell him that. Right? Oops. Yeah, we can't present. Maybe she'd bring up how long he's been living in her apartment. Her house, rather.
Please. Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garrideb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room?
The master's wife? Where do you get that? Get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand?
She's keeping up that charade? This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean?
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see.
I guess in order to not be swayed, that makes sense.
It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
That's right, yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now.
Mm-hmm. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort.
Well, what?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. You know, how could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... But bookworm's not an insult. Not anymore, at least. Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
But she said something very important.
Did we make that part of the statement? No?
You know, that's not a great reason.
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk. It is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
Well, well, well. A reason we found. What? Another coincidence?
That's right. Meerschaum Street, it was.
Meerschaum Street. On the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it is important.
Fine, I'll do it.
Wish we could have also told this lady here to add something to her statement. Digging up Meerschaum Street from dusk till dawn. Dawn till dusk, rather. But with this we might be able to do something, but let's finish here. Not worth a visit? Why? Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of oat tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. Just before 5. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure you're about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. You notice the green coat he's wearing? And his stature, which might resemble somebody else. If viewed from behind, maybe. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down to Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Is he not gonna edit? It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruto, cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. That doesn't help. Whoops. Yeah. I mean, wait, did the other guy... Wait, also wait. Woman in green. Well, but that could be a mistake, right? But did the other guy add it to his statement? Accept, yep. But I guess we haven't established that that Natsume did go that way, so I think we'll put this against this, I suppose.
Hit! From Kid Icarus. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel. Explain yourself.
Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. Okay. From the phrasing before the part about the map, it sounded so generic that I thought the failure text here was just really long, but it turns out it is correct. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more off the pavement top. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes. I feel like that should change most of most of these jurors' opinions already, but hey. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think it's in our good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Reasonable man. What about you, sir?
Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say.
A man of the people. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stances as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination then, please.
Yes, my lord. Not guilty at this point, so I can see where this trial goes from here.
Whether it's digging up roads or digging up the truth, we've got to see through to the end, haven't you?
And then I'm thinking this. And this, even though, he's not quite a woman, but he's wearing green. Right? Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel?
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my. My goodness, you mean...
That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me.
Huh? Sorry? You need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And then somebody must have taken his books and planted them at the crime scene. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my.
You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about where there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
No.
No fashion police here. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... No.
We did it. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The A's 2, the no's 4. So the no's have it not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Oh no.
What is wrong with you? What do you want? Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
I cannot.
Lord Van Zieks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yeah, when they were, following your tune. You fucking biased motherfucker. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Huh?
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
I don't.
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
Eh.
Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
But would somebody who's carrying books do that?
What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyway, and we just turn away gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence.
And old man.
Old man, you can't talk.
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember.
Well, yeah, if it's behind him, then how is he supposed to remember?
Oh, you don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man and the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Oh yeah, but can you prove your statement?
Order, order! Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
Because it's not allowed.
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for,
so he would have been allowed?
I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed.
We saw that last time, though.
But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Wow.
So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What? What are you talking about?
My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruto, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses on the incident.
Like that guy who looks like he has more jaw than the rest of his head. And, I guess somebody else.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
All right, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. But it's neither of the two. Well, neither of them is the guy that I was talking about. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Very sleepy guy.
Constable Rowley Beat, sir. Nothing to report to this on the streets, sir.
Great.
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
He sure looks heroic, yes. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
So that means a year? That's, that's a solid time for somebody so young. Well, at least they look very young. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. whilst being an honourable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. About lighting the lamps and all that.
Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant workers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like practicing duties at all. Policing duties. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
Yeah. Clearly. And a man of slumber.
Ha ha.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley? Yep, he's utterly convinced. And convincing, too. Constable Rowley Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. Somebody get this guy an energy drink. It was our wedding anniversary and Rowley was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapses on the floor, and then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rowley and I both saw him as clear as day. Really? The rest of your testimony didn't make it sound like you saw very clearly.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene.
The policeman hasn't really said anything.
If that testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
Clearly what happened here, what they saw,
Was the actual criminal
committing the crime and then scattering the books, you know, to fake the criminal, to pin the blame on somebody else. And maybe he even, you know, committed the crime right there, right then, when he saw people appearing. But then, I don't know how the woman would have, how the timing would have worked out. But maybe she was already comatose. I don't know. We'll see.
What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Yeah, it's so rare. That sucks. Gosh, the life of a London Barbie sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene, did they? Did they really? They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. What the witnesses saw. No time to change. After work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the core, the ground, doesn't it, darling? Huh? Oh, what? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Well.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
Metropolitan Police warrant card. What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder of all us policemen of our sworn duty. So, to patrol the streets of London down and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day, without fail, without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then?
But sir, just on the that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Speed puts up with not being married to a Bobby, with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Wow.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Aren't they lovely?
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Do we not get that booklet as evidence? Nope.
Two silhouettes appeared.
We say silhouettes because we didn't see them very clearly, right?
That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction.
Huh, okay. Thought you said... Did she not say they came from behind? In front of us. Right, I guess that doesn't have to mean that they, were walking in the same direction.
There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yep.
Huh? What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said?
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true.
Well.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. Yeah, I don't think they're lying, but they might be a little misinformed.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Collapsed.
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books.
Yes, sir, the culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed. As clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was inside indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything.
Well, any more insults you want to throw in? What, cat-like eyes? That's praise.
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books in onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir. Ran straight over the room, up at the police box.
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beats to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Huh. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I think I have an idea. But that might be an idea that is accompanied by vague memories, maybe, so I won't say it yet.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Barbie on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man.
Saw him clear as day. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right. He said the same thing as I did.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, all right, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see.
Does it?
That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san that they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Speed saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of the testimony which appears to be to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Well...
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
What's this? Oh, yes, of course, what is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the name of every single one. I could. Every single one.
Do it.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Miss Beat.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
Yeah, he looks very angry with how he's punching, of his own will, at us. Wow. Very cute animation. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat? Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Clearly he's on board.
I could even tell you the names of the 4 books.
4? I'm gonna press first, I guess, but we could just present the list also. And the photo. Maybe the photo would be more important, because he could just have been carrying a book from somewhere else or something. But first... Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for a good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
No, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest.
Great.
He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Miss Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the pictures of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it yearnings. Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamies, the something. You see? I mean, good enough, I guess. Yes, I see there are one or two holes in your memory. Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There was indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean, though, the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Wow. Wow, shit!
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to.
Damn. And a previously unseen side of him. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Huh. So that's it, is it? The entire testimony? I guess that's just kind of a repeat. Which is kind of silly. But hey. Okay, now... you say. And I think I'm gonna have a little snacky snack. Just one little bit of chocolate, because I kind of feel like it, you know? What do I take? Yeah. Just a little bit of Kinderriegel. Nom nom. Yeah. Then I guess we'll present the photograph or the names. I guess the fact that the names she named weren't added to the testimony means that maybe it's not this. Picture of something, meal for Garo. I guess those are close enough, but one of them's definitely missing. I'm going to present this because it seems more relevant what was seen at the scene rather than what he bought. But I'm hoping both work. Let me finish my Kinder bar before I start reading. Do forgive the discourtesy, please. All right. So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamies something.
The thingamies something is the one that we're missing, I think. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
What? Sorry?
It's that big old lump of a dead body.
It could be hiding something, yeah. But I think we've heard previously that there were only 3 books.
The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember that poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size.
It is kind of easy to forget that she's not dead. No, I'm sure, Miss B. Mrs. B. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. I guess what he bought does matter in the end. No, I think it could very well be argued that he was carrying books from elsewhere, but, you know, I guess that's fine. Evidence. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? This. Also did it like... There's nothing about the books in here, right? Wait. Let me just see it again. Yeah. The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. It's also possible that there was a deal of like, hey, buy 3, get 1 free. But pshh. From your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madame, cannot be relied upon. No, I think your observation is fine. But something else is afoot. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No! It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nepalese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It is quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every aspect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Kasha. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. But she's holding it in her hand, making it seem like she was holding it. But I guess, like it was hers, rather. But the Lion's Pride, that is not the title that was missing. But also there appears to be... Well, I mean, first off, we've heard that book's title from, from that other pair. And also, this book appears to have been burnt in a way which lends, another connection to their place. And it's not the title of the book that our other lady was just talking about that was missing from the list that we saw. It's the 4th book. No, it's the 5th book, actually. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! We're not done yet. We have more ammo, and you've given it to us. Order! There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look. Yes? It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Gabaron, in fact. As the court has just heard, the white witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. In fact, that is going to be our ammunition, Mr. Zeeks. You fool! You cocky fool! Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book? Yeah.
Well, potentially.
I wonder what became of that 4th book.
Obviously it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officer at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
Yay.
You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Not the 4th, but the 5th book. The prosecution rests. Doesn't that look like Scorch? Mm-hmm. The Prions lied.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, but you've heard of this one. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute.
The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruto.
Dun dun dun!
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Well, I mean, the first, solid, 80% you could probably read.
Especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. So the spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
Aren't you already married? So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Wait, I have multiple things to say about this case. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. What, that's all of the witnesses? This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Raising a schmack-schmer. I don't think we want to wait and see here. I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. Well, let me go back to the same one, then. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zieks? It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless soul indeed. Fuck you, dude. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. Fuck you. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruto, can't believe there's somebody here who's not a sexist or racist asshole.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Yay, the judge, as always, is the GOAT. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Well, either of those could be good. I guess this is more, because, you know, both of them feature the name of this book, which is important for this. But this also features the scorch marks, which might be important. Whereas the photo doesn't offer anything that we haven't already covered, I feel like. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Not much length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Yeah, because your mind is small, you dumb fuck. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. Mr. Naruto, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
So, Counsel, precisely where is the vital clue of this to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Well, I guess we'll point to the fire then. Because, you know, the fire took place at just about the same time as the crime. So how could this be? Oops, right, not check, but present. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching that what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, Manipani's friend? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all with truth. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book? There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered?
The shop, its owner, its content, I guess its owner. I was gonna say the timing, but, you know, that'll lead us there, I suppose. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to.
Whom?
The victim was grabbing it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
And we even have somebody in this very room who can probably corroborate the story. Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Oh, one of them certainly is fond of burning things, in a way.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
This motherfucker. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb.
The landlords.
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife, I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. But I guess we can play along. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. We have evidence right here. What are you talking about? Your actions are unforgivable.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house.
Good lord. What sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. That's my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride.
By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me. You can't call that a coincidence. This is risible. All you have told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And it's entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Except for all the times that she broke your neck.
Now my favorite novels in that case.
Whoosh, up in smoke. Hurling things. Back cover under heavy enemy fire. Books coming in at the dozen.
The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Well, she wouldn't have been holding it then, but there's definitely something going on. No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time, and not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Well, if the smoke was rising, though.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord.
That's quite enough.
Who said that? Oh. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward, what do you mean?
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly? Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake? How could you? Well, that part's definitely true. It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. Well, shit. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense? Ouch. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. That it's utterly unforgivable.
Too right.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy-forward theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry? What's that? Uh-oh.
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks?
I thought you didn't want to know their opinions anymore.
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise his patience in order to save the best vintage.
No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
There he goes. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
What kind of ignorant... What? No forgive the discourtesy this time?
He has stopped caring. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Can at least the old guy be like, I don't know.
Come on, you didn't even know what was going on.
Jackass.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruto, don't give up. Mrs. Naruto, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
There isn't like a cooldown on the summation examination, is there?
What, you're not suggesting? Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you will still have tricks, up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody.
I intend to uncover the truth.
This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
Anything like a clicking?
Is there one of these fucking bugs in here somehow? Hold on, let me take a look around after I save. Oops, wrong save slot. When the fuck would that thing have gone in? And where is it?
Like it's not smelling like it does with those guys, so maybe it's something else.
I fucking hate this. Don't see a thing.
But I am also incredible at not finding things.
Well, I guess I'll just have to hope that it's not gonna bother me.
And I guess I'll just close the blinds even more than they already are. On the off chance that some small ass fucking bug can somehow shimmy its way through. So let's surmise this examination. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury.
I heard it again, the clicking, as if like some shelled bug was flying against the wall or something. Could be something else too, but I don't know what.
And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman.
We are, your lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The goose left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his?
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little bug. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezers.
Sneezes, yes. Why? Because you opened the window to get the smoke out. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems.
You think so?
With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, the eyewitnesses are correct. It would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how?
What would even constitute a tangible explanation there?
Well, a knife was thrown out and happened to hit the lady, just like the book was thrown out a window, or something. Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruto, you have got to do it. Otherwise, this really will be the end, where the trial ends. No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Yunosuke, focus your mind now.
Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Miss Garydeb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garydeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two.
Yes, that's what we have to find.
Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garydeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Kinda want to start with that final statement, because that is the one that I immediately want you to know more about. Please.
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top. It did. What a sight to behold it was.
By the way, are all of the jurors in the people case too?
No, didn't think so. Except for one, of course. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, of course. Obviously.
It seems that a common custom here in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Speaking of devil worship, that stupid fucking trailer they showed at the fucking Game Awards yesterday for that game by the Baldur's Gate 3 developers. Fuck those assholes, man. So fucking disgusting. I'm actually kind of mad that I was forced to see that. Like, boobies can't be shown on stream, but that shit can? Fuck off.
Anyway. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. No reaction? Not yet. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I wouldn't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Yeah, can we have that added? We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or they could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept the alternative explanation. Yes. Don't necessarily have to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, let's see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. Maybe his statement as is good enough for a link. 3 books. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said?
That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you called a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. Well, that's not what we are saying. Which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Some alternative explanation, So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid that I shan't be swayed by emotion.
Sorry.
Despite what you may think of me, I am very modern. A very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
It is indeed. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place?
Right.
You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly?
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best to not disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right.
I'm glad you omitted rational there.
Haha.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can be related to...
Well, we can probably put those together already, but let's best first. But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open.
You know, I'm not sure how much colder London, I guess especially 100 years ago or so, was compared to the winters here. But I often have my windows open in the winter, even if it is freezing cold.
but that might just be me. I don't know. That's like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Dearie me. Little book. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. Right. There's really no such thing as loving incendiary bomb. I mean, maybe. You know, could be a yandere type of thing to do. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray the fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? So you are married, right? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes? But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrideb. Or due to the left, to her left. Never you mind that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Not sure if that's gentle. Yeah, I'll give you a buck. Just stop fucking voting for the fucking things just because you want to save time, okay? You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
Because your wife's gonna kill you? What?
You heard me? My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this copped up the other day. It was, well,
Yeah?
Do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
You were hit in the head too hard? Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful. I wonder if Miss Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by a scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. So far they seem to be getting along. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Is that something I want to do? Well, let's try pitting those things I mentioned. Because now we've pressed everything. Height. Height. The two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. I wouldn't say contradict.
They do? How exactly, Counsel?
Don't point at me again, I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household. So we did have to press his statement, but it wasn't added to the thing. That's a little weird. And Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat. What's up, lady? Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Damn, she's speed drinking. In her infinite tea kettle. Miss Garrideb. Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or did your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did?
Huh?
Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Justly deserved, yes. Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Huh? Of course, I should have realized.
That's significant. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Miss Garridup's formal statement. Yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten about it, it's true.
So what, do we pit this now? Or are we done with this guy now? Fuck you! I'm going to assume we're done with these three for now. Unless, you know, one of their statements is imperative for something else. But I guess I'll save again just because I'm confused and scared. I don't see anything else. Maybe we press some of these guys again. And supposedly we wanted to get more info from the guy who has another violent wife. At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road. We know there was a small house fire in the Garridup household on the opposite side of the street.
Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the window open in spite of the cold.
We also know that Mrs. Garridup was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack.
Yes, that's right.
So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out of the window.
Only
what?
Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that is all.
Ah.
So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really.
Oh, I see. That wasn't enough? What is it going to take to persuade these people? I mean, you know, that the window could have been open. And, you know, even if we prove that a flying book was thrown out, a burning book, it doesn't really change the facts yet. We have to add, you know, more layers to the explanation. Guess we'll press all three of those statements again. Or at least these two. This one again. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows the very obvious signs of fire damage.
And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride.
The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garridup told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you'd come to mention it, yes. I was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Don't you feel sorry? Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well, you know.
Like a knife, potentially? I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Uh-huh. What is it, juror number 5? Juror number 5. Doop, 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 doop. Anyway. You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Ah. It was listening to what this granny was saying brought it all flooding back.
Don't you think you're going to get punched more for calling her a granny? Why are you calling her granny, you cheeky little devil? I'm Mrs. Garrydep, or the maid. I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
Uh-oh.
It was just about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny I had dropped out.
Oh dear. What a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy. No? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck onto the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
Damn. No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thanes. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Listen, Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Yeah, you would never attack us physically in any way, right?
No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
Or with a, judo maneuver.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Whom? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Woman in rage will hurl almost anything into you.
So now we have a theory to present to another lady.
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how this victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garrydep's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrydep household to the street below.
What's it now? What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garrydep would have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of that house, but what? What was it?
Well, there can only be one answer. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't had any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrydep household to the scene of the crime was this Jagdknife. Maybe we can find some evidence that it used to belong to the Garrydeps. Not sure about fingerprints at this point in time. Might be a thing. Might not. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrydep. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this.
But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man.
Now that you've said that, and now she's heard it again, she might not, admit to the truth.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Huh, even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. I have a pretty good idea as to how those things could be explained. But as I said, maybe part of that is because I vaguely remember. Or maybe I just, figured it out again. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Oh. Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? She's dead.
That guy killed her, my lord.
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now, with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
Flip-flopping pieces of shit, all of them. All together now, ladies and gents.
I guess the hard of hearing guy just wasn't paying attention. / couldn't hear. We did it. Now congratulations, Mr. Naruto.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Yippee!
Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
By throwing knives. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Just because you have lost control. Sore loser. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are better enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street by Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, 15 yards. Let me see. 15 yards? That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? No, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Well, I don't remember this part, I guess, but it's very possible that the book found itself outside first. The woman saw it there, was like, what's this? Picked it up, then the knife followed. So with it in her hand, she was stabbed. The part about the distance, well, I'll keep that to myself for now. But, you know, I have a pretty decent explanation. In other words, the smouldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, travelled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Hey, they're not so fucking pathetic, okay? Fuck him up, Susato. You can't let him get away with that. There's nothing I can say to that. Yes, there is. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Yeah, kill him. Give him a throw. Come on, throw his ass. Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Gardup, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror.
She is rather a key figure in all this.
Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
But not impossible. Oh my god, I just came back from the hospital to see the rest of this, and now I got hit by another model. Who is doing this? Why is this happening to me? Oh god, there's blood everywhere, and my bandages, they're being torn open, cut open by the glassy projectiles. Oh my god, I'm bleeding out. I'm dying. I'm actually dying this time. It's too late for me. Curse this man. Curse whoever threw this bottle.
And unnecessary. Port van Zeeps.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rowley, my hero, you make me swoon.
They are so in love. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
But first, let's save. And let me go to a quick idle meeting.
So, be back in just a bit.
But before I go back to the
Main screen, let me have some water.
Okay.
Now let's hear them report their thing. This case has nothing to do with Mrs. Garrett, believe me. A London Bobby is good for his word.
Uh-huh.
You see, sir, the window on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off this crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Right, except for the part where you were asleep. And also,
I think you are hiding something.
well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy,
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but
What exactly is a top-hinged casement window? I think I know, but let's hear it.
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
I mean, we've been here for fucking 2 days, 3 days or something.
I think we can excuse that. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruto. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garriap's room.
Alright, I'll try. You did not get such a good look at them back then.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Mm-hmm.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents its opening. This is all news to me. But it makes what I was saying even more possible. You know, of the book landing somewhere, her ducking down, and then the knife falling at a precise angle in a similar spot. I think we've cracked this case, and I think I gotta sneeze. It's like, you know, it's like kinda in my nose, but not quite, you know. But I think I'll do it. Hold on. I did it.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown out through the window, through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
But this all plays perfectly into my theory. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumpled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
Great. At least they're getting off on my unhappiness. How's this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Or has it? Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord? Oh good, another desperate situation.
That's what we live for.
Nothing to do with him. How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer
is this?
Can we finally get it into evidence?
It has the noble founding principles of the fear of the Force written on it as a reminder to all as policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? Can't say I remember. I do.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir.
I'm sure you've never ever shirked your duties in any way.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, but Pat. Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that the case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrydale?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so could you answer the question? Yeah, it was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrydale's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and show how we uphold our guiding principles.
So you're gonna give me that thing? I wasn't planning on going back just yet.
I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Yeah, probably not. Thank you, I'll try. Constable Greenwell. Good, that's what I wanted. Now let's check that sucker. Principles of Policing, POP.
Item number 1.
A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations.
I'm tearing up, man.
Metropolitan Police Regulations. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Some very important information.
See, sir, the windows on the top floor of the...
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map.
Yeah, do that.
Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Isn't that interesting? Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrydale's house is furnished with? Well,
sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
That's very exciting to you, is it? Do you have something to add, Mrs. B?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand, please. But we were just so lucky that it happened it didn't happen on Rowley's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street by a road. That's the boundary between Rowley's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Gerda household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then.
It sure was. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something? If the Gerda household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gerda's house? Yes, ma'am. Pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
And that's what I've been thinking. What I've been... the theory I've been formulating the entire time. That, in fact, the crime did happen on that side. And then a certain police guy who didn't want his stage to go up in flames moved the crime scene over. And that caused a lot of trouble for a certain person.
But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. I'm sure corruption must have been rampant at the time. If that is really how the Bobbies were forced to work, right? They must have taken, a lot of them must have taken mad bribes and shortcuts and everything. Because who the fuck wants to live like that? For apparently not even that great pay.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work.
Right.
Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Ayo, Catstream 2000, thanks for the follow.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately.
Case file information has been updated. Yippee. Yeah, we haven't really used the case file yet for anything, have we? It was just kind of there. Reporting officer Rolly Beat.
Unconscious, the assailant was seen running, apart from a single stab wound.
Wait, where does it say the thing about the... pavement of Briar Road, east side? What changed here? What's new? Her name was clean for apart from the single stab wound, no other signs. The assailant was seen running away by a reporting officer and was successfully arrested by her. Huh? We already knew that the reporting officer was Rolly Beat, right? And I think the location also hasn't changed. Huh? Did we get a new thing? I mean, we got this, I guess. But, you know, we already looked at that too. Oh, it's in this text here that they added it, okay. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat. What a coincidence.
And now it's my turn, I think. You would have seen it, yeah, that's a little weird.
That you didn't? But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. But a flaming book probably would have been visible in the dark. So it might have gone out immediately upon hitting with the window or something.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And I'd seen the shooting. If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't clearly see any stars.
Smog? From the burning house, you mean? In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless,
It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
And when you came back, did anything seem even remotely different? Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
Right.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please.
So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes.
Enough time for somebody to drag a body over, probably. Even if it might have been a hefty one.
But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. Yeah, nothing at all, right? I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Didn't take your eyes off the crime scene for one moment? Nothing strange? Is that true? Hey, thanks for the raid. The one-person raid. Let's go. Nothing to report?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's owner, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Probably not. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Yeah. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Anytime. Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you?
Are you gonna give me more details than you needed again and help me out with it?
I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, that doesn't make my testimony any less valuable.
Why would you even think that?
You might see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear that. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Bede. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire.
Yay.
Sometimes the path of the least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he?
I didn't say anything like that.
Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with it with something like that, but my role you won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Bede. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Mrs. Bede, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Slinking away from the scene. Towards you. Right.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
What's wrong, Rolly? Constable Beat, is there a problem? Huh?
No, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
I guess halfpennies are like half pennies or something? Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us.
Oh.
No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise... Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mr. and Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
What's this bouquet about?
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing it away for a while.
Huh. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. And then somehow the bouquet was on the other side of the road. Is that what you're going to tell us?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
Probably just the wind, right? So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean This sorry, solitary rose. Hey man, if it came with love, then it's not sorry, okay, you dumb piece of shit, funzeeks. More like fun shits. Nailed it, absolutely fucking got him. Oh. Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Funzeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrideb household. In front of the Garrideb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay there, the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Well. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. It's a symbol of our love. It can still be a symbol of your love after we're done here. Maybe the newspaper it's wrapped in would be important. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Nah, man, he's got it right. If it ain't edible, then why do you care? An English rose. It's wait, okay, so we're not looking at the newspaper itself. How about this wrapping? It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susura-san, you do love your cakes. Who doesn't? Only a fool wouldn't like cake. Shock of seeing this. Okay. She dropped it where she stood. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene. Nothing strange, eh? Well, for now, let's press. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. Wait, I think we've got this before. This burnt copy of the lad's plight was original. I guess we already had pressed everything. Maybe a different copy? Yeah. Wait, the Holy of Invisible Attack has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. Huh. The 4th book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garrideb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Well, let's first save before we commit any atrocious faults. Good for his word.
Windows, blah. You would have seen it. Fetch help. Nothing was disturbed. Drop the bouquet. Do I present the rose here? Because obviously, like, you know, mostly because when we pressed it, he was like, nothing changed, nothing, whatever. So, you know, if a rose somehow lost its way, then something must have happened. But I'm not sure how, if that's what they wanted, like how they want me to point that out. But I suppose that's what I'll try. Sounds good. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean by to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman guarding assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorrow bloom can be so described, shut up. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Hey, fuck you, man. Meager. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? It's not just some random flower to him, after all. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's owner. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rowley didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Gerardev's book. Mr. Gerardev's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, bam! It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street, but in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gerardev's house. There was somebody with like switch magic, you know what I'm saying, man? Like that guy from Jujutsu Kaisen with the claps, you know? Our brother, you know, our best friend. He did this, and then the fucking things swapped places. I don't know why he did it, man, but he did it, man. That's crazy, man. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rowley's done something wrong. Well, you might have. Didn't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Gerardev's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Gerardev. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruto. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. It's Larry Butts! Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? I don't see Larry anywhere. His
gotta be something wrong with this game. I don't see Larry.
Surely beat. Finally, a couple that is actually close in age. Not that I have anything against age gaps, but, you know, it's kind of been a thing here. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Sure. Constable Rowley Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense. Why would my Rowley do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
And that's exactly why he needed a break. And why he fought so hard to get that break. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
I would say he has whiskers. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah, well.
Stop whimpering, Zeeks. First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. Well, I mean, the landlord and his wife, that was an accident. This police guy? You know, it's not a horrible crime, but it is a crime, and it had horrible consequences. Or, it was almost about to have horrible consequences. But your accusation lacks one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have done anything to hide? Why would we have anything to hide? Doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Oh, but I have a very good idea. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. I'd say it was a good reason. It was a reason, maybe not very good. That's the key to this entire affair. I mean, to him it was a very good reason, you know. You know what? It's a very good reason. It's a very good reason. It's for love.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Sure have. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell, where the bouquet fell, where the victim fell. That. Technically all three at the same time. But most importantly, the right time. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly where everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? I don't know the exact height, the exact y-axis, I guess, but right around here. But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Gardev took Gardev's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious.
You know, I don't think anybody ever says bad gracious, you know, it's just one of those things that only has, you know, that one side of it. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. Nuh-uh.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the four books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing. The rose.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Ziek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rowley Beat. We don't have any evidence yet, do we?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rowley. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Yeah, you would never do anything to make her disappointed, would you?
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out, everything exposed.
You're just admitting it?
Only, it seems... it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly.
But wait, I haven't, painstakingly proven everything yet.
Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
No, Rowley, why? Why would you do something like that? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
This time I think even I would like to say that she's not dead. But I guess at the time he might not have known. Though I guess he might have checked her pulse. Who knows? Sorry, I forgot to read this message. Wishing the victim dead should be 1 too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this?
As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say so.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. We're damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
Why can't he say? Is it also part of the thing that he can't talk about it for some reason? Strive to preserve peace. None of this says that you are not allowed to talk about this or anything. So what's the reason he doesn't want to say? I have a possible explanation. for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. Me, a person? And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Well, it's probably this, but it could also be, where was it? This? Beat's beat. But I think it's probably more prudent to show this, but I will save. Because I don't trust like that. I realize that I am a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bodies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? Okay, on account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on the one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding. Married to a Bobby like me. He just wanted to show her how much he cares. This is the warrant card. I guess maybe he didn't want to say because he didn't want Pat to feel guilty, in a way. To feel responsible for what he did, which is a crime. This is the warrant card for, that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat? Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's part. Beat, rather. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It is rather unfortunate. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out from my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Measham Street and then... Blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Are we going to also have to explain how the stabbing happened, or are we just in agreement that it makes, sense when we consider where it was? But I guess, as far as this is concerned, right, all that changed is the location of where it happened. It would still be considered Natsume Soseki's crime, which we will still have to unfold. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I said it the wrong way around, but it's fine. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night.
You knew that if that incident was on your beat, your evening for celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place.
But then the crime would never have gone unnoticed. That would have been bad.
I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely. 4. 3 of them dropped by Miss Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the garret household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? It was there. When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You sure it was this book, The Ninth Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
That's going to be vital evidence. Interesting.
4th book. Updated.
Updated book?
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord von Zieks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Uh-oh. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
No, it's the police's fault for making him work like near all the time.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. You're going to need it when you continue your job, and never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. He's showing a little bit of humanity.
Never again, sir? You mean to say?
Leave, now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Give the man a break. For real, like an actual break, not just, you know. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally. That the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. That Iggy is so Adi. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. And they're in this very room.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe this prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already.
Lord von Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Accidentally. Joan Gerdib. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. Well, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Gerdib.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
What, this warrants investigation like you asked? That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Gerdib, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gerdib. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Gerdib. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? She didn't say that she didn't. She was in the middle of being like, ah! And then we were interrupted.
Ah. I don't recall it.
An easy lie. Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh.
Make no mistake. Your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrideb. What's one knife or two out the window? Come on, happens to anyone.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
But could you bear having a man sent to prison because of an accident that you made happen?
Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist that on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well...
Well, Mr. Naruto?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Not literally, though. We're not like her. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh.
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Fontiques. He's finally coming around.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, if this court of law today, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, Miss Counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord.
Da 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 da.
This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garrideb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Hey.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Did he put that medal on his outfit for, for when he left? I suppose he's going to testify too.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, Joan. Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garrideb?
Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th North Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes, I am quite...
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once.
Oh me, oh my. The Battle of Garrideb.
Yes, on the day you were referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
I can.
Knocked a candlestick over that set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that baldy thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Well, do you happen to have one that is missing its tip? Its most stabby part?
Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony would shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows, such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Oh boy. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was stuck into the pages of a book belonging to Miss Garrideb. Or a rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrideb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency to not drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
Phew, for a second there, I thought she'd, toss the tea over to land on him. A likely story. These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Candlestick. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation you just put yourself in.
Ours is a 3-story town house on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
That sounds very inconvenient. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe that he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, unfortunately enough.
Anything at all? Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a successful takedown, Mr. Naruto.
Right. How did you know I was thinking that?
So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin? Maybe you had a knife wrapped up in a napkin? Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. Oh boy.
I didn't get to read that.
Good grief, woman. We are not at home now. This is a court of law.
A woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. Oh dearie me, I'm so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with that teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Your pipe, sir?
I had this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick up the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
Well, if it's really dried up and maybe, I don't know. I see, your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? Huh? I wonder what we should make of this account. I mean... Wait, both are... Don't both mean... Oh no, insignificant, sorry. It could be important, probably. It's rare that you have to not add a thing to the statements when you're given the chance. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remark just now to be of great significance. Why? This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the former testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Ah, it has a piece of the knife stuck in it, doesn't it? Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well, the court will accept this gentleman's pipe as evidence.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. No, you might have just saved this case. Examine. It's right there, but let's first look at this. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. Oh, what's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
What a coincidence.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be... Did we, I don't think we had a chance to point this out, but I guess let's check again. To get any information added to this broken tip. Oh, wait. Uh-huh. Maybe that wasn't possible before, or maybe it was.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing. I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
Yes, and just maybe,
you're gonna be the one that saves me. Oh my, it's a perfect fit.
Somehow, I just knew it. But I suppose that's not added to the record. Wait, yes it was.
Nice. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Cheesus, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Gyarados. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife that used to attack the victim? I'd say I'd noticed one or two. Well, let's just keep pressing and then, we might present it there. Or maybe something else will arise. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really.
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know, the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leather work.
So to say, we're always using knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things.
They sell them on the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. Right, great deal. John prefers to use two knives at meal sometimes too, instead of a knife and fork. Yeah, that's a normal thing to do.
No, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Ah!
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they even being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses.
Sir! It's that body thing.
I guess this is where I present. You know what, let's present it right now. After we save. Because I don't want the game to be like... after we press, I don't want it to be like, oh, maybe there was something about that statement. Then you watching this right now would be like, ha, this Cheesus guy didn't know. Even though I do know, as I'll prove right now. Which one do I present? Tip of which has broken off, found inside the cigar's pipe bowl. That one makes sense, right? Maybe not this one anymore. Small metal piece. I guess we'll present the knife because it has all the details on it, right? No? Okay, no. I will not take this, because I know for sure that this is right. I will not take that damage, because fuck you, game. Fuck you. This is why we save. For cases like these. If I had been wrong about some of the other things, I would have accepted it. But this one, I know. We're definitely right. Maybe we need to press first, maybe that's the problem. But come on, bro. There we go. Come on, man. If you're gonna add the info to the knife, then it should count. Mr. Gyarados, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eye Dead back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. That's...
Sure.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
He must be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And that may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap. What may at first appear a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrep's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
Well, and what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
The Kniefe.
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave their tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrep's pipe.
Good grief, Lord Van Zieks.
I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly gosh.
Damn, he's really losing it. Cursing like that.
Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
Totally. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Me? Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrep's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I'm losing my hands.
We know the exact timing when this happened.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrep flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrep, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord.
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrep's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the window, the open window. In short, this knife which fell from the window off the Garrep's house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No. What you got now? Is that not proof enough for you? A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create a most passable vintage, an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling this argument. Sorry? But after all, you're my wonder wall. It is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. Oh, what's that? An insurmountable? What? Yeah.
Lord von Zieks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yeah, because she was crouching down. Yes, in her... Ah. Oops. That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joanne, little thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Oh, but you are so foolish. Yeah. The dude's pants are burnt. Or at least the butt part of his pajamas or whatever he's wearing.
Order! Order!
Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Or like the shoulder or something. But also, no. Well,
He's lost for words. Look.
I knew it. I never liked this theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen.
It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. But history is truth, right? So, as you are saying, it's the truth. We're so close, I could see the truth. It's still there, my guy. I was so sure we were on the right track, because we are. But now the way has been blocked completely, by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Mrs. Sato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. I guy Arai. Like I said. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind, dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness.
Utter madness.
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... probably this. Because it shows that she was holding the book, you know. Which means she must have picked it up. Which means she was probably crouched over. But let's just check to make sure. Definitely not this, or this, or this, or this. I mean, this might also... was in the victim's hand, right? So, I guess maybe this. Probably not this. This. Probably not this. 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 One of these. It says here that it was in the hand, but I guess this also didn't count, even though it said the thing in there. I'm
gonna go with this. This, the fourth book found at the scene. Okay, suppose it would have worked, it seems. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Ever. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Gardep's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. No! Were you not listening, Zeeky boy? Quite so. As part of this wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. That's how he found it. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up out of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrett household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, the book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Garrett. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down
Oh, she's so cute.
and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. The book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, whom we haven't really talked about in a while. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that had culminated in the unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Oh my god. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
Uh-huh.
There, old bean.
Or Mrs. Garadeb.
Poor Mrs. Pink and Mrs. Green. And poor Mr. Soseki.
Of course I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
How are you gonna protect her? How are you gonna try to take the blame for this, huh, John?
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John dear,
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry.
Are they going to reproduce the photo?
Yay.
They did it twice now, but this time it was the old way around.
We can see your underpants.
Nice job. Lord von Zieks, what news of Mrs. Gardeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however. My lord, did Miss Green wake up? I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. Is she, though?
So, Mr. Souseki Natsume.
Yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it's me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. Maybe there's another case connected to this. Maybe there was indeed another person, another green-wearing person that got killed. Or something.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police.
Yeah, true.
Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. Because, you know, the reason I kind of said the thing about another case. Because some characters showed up during the investigation that were not relevant at all for any of this. And that seems odd. I guess that could just be relevant for the next case. But I wouldn't be surprised if this continued into another day with like a related case. I don't remember this, by the way. I'm just guessing. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord von Zieks and our young lawyer here from the East,
Especially the young lawyer from the East.
this time you really can't give, you know, a lot of credit to Zieks this time. Some of it, but not most of it. That chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh,
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
in concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisive decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean whilst she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. She tried to pin the crime on somebody else.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I say I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
You sure will.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decision. Mr. Foreman.
Yippee.
Jump.
Dip.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you
Not guilty. Yippee. And this time we can actually, you know, have cause for celebration for this win.
And finally, Mr. Natsume,
Oh yes, Lord Sir.
you are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture, and that the Reaper's curse does not kill you. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh yes, sir. Of course. In my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm 1042 tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Way.
Oh, Locum.
That's my name now? Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another Locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? But he picked like the worst one of the things to call me. What's wrong with using my actual name?
No? Oh, at last, I'm free, I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah.
Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? He's saying it.
Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink.
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely lawyer, Locum lawyer.
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
A lot of them were saying things like that today. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, Locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work?
There you are, my dear fellows.
Oh.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh?
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto.
And I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished.
What? No. Then my haste was in vain.
Arg, it's you, Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, have we met, sir?
Isn't Mr. Natsume the man you had arrested, Mr. Holmes?
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming.
This is all your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now.
Okay.
You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
Ah,
Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
oh,
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Winning him over, kind of. Or at least guilt-stripping him.
I do feel bad about, very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san.
He's been played like a fellow.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Why me?
The perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mr. Susato. Ho ho ho. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I'm talking to you.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and yet tell my fellow countrymen about it.
that's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Lord Soseki-san could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
But not a home yet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the
Windowless room?
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
and a cat? Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Sounds like fun.
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
You mean the cat that is sleeping on your head, maybe? We'll think about it.
if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter. I was doing the wrong voice. On the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then? Why would we? Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Maybe Holmes's way of trying to protect him from whatever might happen. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy.
Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
You already are. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruto? Yes, Mr. Holmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. Let's hope he makes it safely to us. I mean, I guess historically he would have to. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Holmes to what was to become of our new home, 221 Baker Street. Or... I guess this is the attic, yes. The attic room. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see that see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Holmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Holmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. I'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. We'll eat, no doubt. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry. London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that it lies beyond London's facade already. Behind, not beyond, whatever. So once again, Mr. Naruto, welcome to London.
Ominous words.
Of course, at the time,
I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Holmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. End. Okay, it doesn't extend into a related thing. Phew. My voice is fucking shot. So we're definitely stopping here. But yeah, that was the fourth case. The entirety of the trial. And what a case it was, eh? All an accident. Weird. But interesting. And lots of couples in that one. Shall they all perish? But not you. Because I will thank you for watching, hanging out, and clearing another innocent person's life. Sentence? Something. Name. It was me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. Probably not tomorrow, but maybe. Thing is, like, I've got work tomorrow, then Sunday, and then on Monday there's a bit more D&D. So I probably won't be streaming on Monday. So I guess tomorrow would be the most convenient out of the 3 days, because that's a Saturday. Whereas on Sunday I have work until 1 hour later, so streaming then would be annoying. So maybe tomorrow, actually. We'll see. But yeah, at the latest, I guess we'll meet on Tuesday, probably. But hopefully a little before that. Actually, I don't have to reach over to my mouse. What am I doing? What am I making my arm freak out for? I have my Stream Deck right here. So yeah. Show up to be with me again. Because I will protect you and your innocence is going to sound wrong. I'm going to protect you and your name, your reputation, whatever. So until we meet again, I say it's Kara-sama. Bye-bye.